crossbow has kept your coin purse full. Here you are judged and found guilty. What say you? Quickly, stop him! Take down the degenerate!
Yo, Braggy, what's up, mate? How you been?
That actually worked.
You're the first ones.
I'm glad. I would appreciate it if you could. Reach Clearfell. Find the miller. Well, that was.
What up this time? What's going on?
Off to find this miller bloke.
Just stay dead.
Ah, bugger. Is that what you're referring to? Caught up? Like, where are you at with the new character?
Oh, it's been many years since I saw one of these little beauties.
Yeah, Viper's brutal. Arguably one of the scariest campaign bosses. Probably my closest campaign rips have typically been to her as well.
Not dead yet. I fought some big buggers before, but blimey.
Yeah, Gemling time. We failed at killing off our Infernalist. The cast on setup that I actually ended up in was remarkably a lot stronger than I suspected it would be from a defensive standpoint. Especially the Morrigan's Insight was working very, very well. So, yeah, decided just to try something new today. If there is interest, if people do want to continue to see the Infernalist, I can always switch back to it. But, yeah, we'll just slowly level up this Gemling.
Almost makes me want to help for free. Almost.
Let's see what twink gear I can actually use.
Welcome, violent stranger. I am. If I don't go.
Yeah, and especially in hardcore, it seems just barely anyone runs
See you.
the Infernalist from what I can tell.
I like them already.
Need to wait a couple of levels before we can wear some of this cooler stuff. Astramentus level 24 in particular. else can I throw on for now? Do I have any gloves that I can wear? Why not? What else is usable in here? Armor. No. That'll do for now. What decent support, control destruction will be alright. Considered casting is not the worst. Living lightning is not the worst either. That'll probably be enough to get us started. I fell in love with the druid this league. I honestly still am yet to play the druid, I have to admit. What am I missing? So quality this up. We'll probably be using it for a while. I'll put in some life, I'd imagine, or some strength. Level 30. Okay, shit, I gotta be mindful of that. Actually, isn't there an all resistances? All res Teton level 15, okay, so a little bit off using that. That'll do for now, I think. See how that feels. Yeah, I still need to play the druid one of these days. As a lot of you guys have already seen though, whenever I go to character selection, I've pretty much 95% of the time been playing Infernalist. I've played Lich a little bit. This is my first run through on a mercenary. I don't know. I just really love the Infernalist ascendancy. I'd probably be hard pressed on the 0.55 starting anything else again. I've just really wanted to always try Ember+Flameblast. Looks like a lot of fun, and unfortunately on the Infernalist it just doesn't really work. There's the other skill gem here.
I'm starting to get a hang of this.
Hey Enders, I am thinking of, so very rough plan. The only real thing available to the mercenary in this starting area in terms of casting abilities or anything that benefits casting is like the proj damage. So we'll probably path down here. We'll go around through here and get this whole cluster of projectile damage as well. And we'll start with Spark. I just don't want to use crossbows. I want to still keep the caster flavor, and with Twink gear, it'll be easy enough. So we'll pick up all of this projectile damage. Then we'll come through, pick up all of this armor. I'll either path through here or around here because we're going to pretty much beeline to these reduced skill duration nodes here. And there's also a fire damage cluster here because ultimately I'll probably want to transition to Ember Fuselage around the end of Act 2. I'll maybe ask someone to do at least the 2-point ascendancy boost for me so that I can get the alternate quality on the Gemling, which will give us, I believe the alternate quality on Ember Fuselage is 40% reduced skill duration. So that plus this cluster and the compressed duration support gem should make Ember Fuselage usable probably around the end of Act 2. So it'll be probably Spark, Cold Infused with Frost Bomb up until the end of Act 2, and then Act 2 transition to Ember Fuselage once we get this. And then I'll probably move up this way and get all of these fire clusters here and here. So that's the rough initial plan. Beyond that, probably move up here and start moving into like the witch area. There's spell damage here, and I think there's some fire damage there as well, and kind of start moving into familiar territory with where we typically start. Nah, Slimbone, we failed. We failed to kill the Infernalist. I spent two to 3 days trying my best to kill off the Infernalist. The stubborn little witch survived, and I just really was itching to try this. So we're going to start the stream by leveling up the mercenary a little bit and getting the Gemling set up. If more people jump into the stream and there's more of an appetite for you, if you guys like, call it out at any time. If you want to see more of the Infernalist gameplay, I'm more than happy to swap back onto her. There's plenty of stuff that we can farm and do, but right now I'm just doing something a little bit different. It shouldn't be too bad, Enders, because we've got full Twink gear. Like, I've already got a +3 level life sprig to start off, for example. So, as you can see here, the Spark is just one-shotting everything. So, we should, up until the end of Act 2, about Act 3, 4, we should have a pretty painless experience. Yeah, the life sprig is OP for Twink caster leveling. Just straight off the bat, got +3 levels. Just makes it very easy. So Ember Fuselage has, the way in which it works, every time you cast it, a little ember pretty much floats over your head. And as you're casting it, it has a hover duration, so it stays there above your head, the little embers, and you can collect a whole bunch of them. You can get up to about, I think, 10 or 12. And after a hover duration period, typically, I can't remember what it is by default, I think it's like a second or two, of not casting, it releases all of them and does this kind of shotgun attack. what happens when you reduce the skill effect duration is it also reduces that hover duration, and you can get it to a point, if you reduce it enough, where it essentially just fires immediately. So rather than having this delay and this clunky play style of having to collect them all, not cast anything, and they all let go, they just fire off the moment you cast them. And then you kind of add in the wild shards, which like can cast 8 of them, a chance to cast 8 of them in one go, and it just becomes this kind of machine gun ability, and it looks like a lot of fun. I've never played it before, but I've seen a lot of gameplay of it. And the reason the Gemling's particularly good at that, because one of the Gemling ascendancies points is the alternate quality on skills, which a lot of people are aware of. There's a lot of cool alternate qualities on various skills, but the one for Ember+Flameblast is it has a built-in 40% reduced skill duration, which just makes it a lot easier to achieve that effect. So yeah, that's the plan, and that's why Gemling. You can, to a rough degree, achieve it on the Infernalist as well, but it's just suboptimal, and you kind of really need the Palm of the Dreamer, which I think I've only seen one of. Oh, look, if we can get a split personality, I definitely would probably use it. Move up into the witch area. But I'm not planning on needing it, if that makes sense. I've seen a few floating around THC, but I'd imagine they're quite rare. So we're not planning on using it, but if we do, by some chance, happen to get one, then yeah, sure.
Into that one, didn't I? I'm no botanist, but I'm pretty sure these roots ain't meant to glow.
I have seen that, Slim. What exactly is it? I've seen quite a few builds of that kind of bow stuff on the second weapon set. I never looked too deeply into it.
Let's do this. You need more than an overgrown weed to take me down.
Drill neck. What does it do? I'm curious. Like I said, I'm a little bit ignorant on that tech.
Only my skills, one job at a time.
Oh wow, okay. I'm gonna have to look into that one day. Sounds interesting.
A good mercenary knows when to cut and run.
I need to set up this frost bomb properly in a moment. Then cast member members of the plus proj levels on your bow and crew to release them. Ah, okay. That probably wouldn't be too applicable of the style that I want to play, because I want to get to a point where I've got so much skill effect reduced duration where I'm not allowing them to hover, but I can see how that would be pretty damn strong. Fork. Walk endlessly. I'm kind of leaning towards using chaining with the Ember Fuselage with Dominus Grasp and a Snake Pit. That was kind of my initial plan. Hawk could be interesting though if the chain proves to be not great. So that's a nice idea to have in the back of the head. Oh, okay, I kind of see what you mean. You click it once, you get a hot, you pretty much get your full stack of embers, then you click the temper switch to 2 and it releases. Yeah, that could be very cool. Something to keep in mind. I'd be saying that would probably work better on the Infernalist though, where you don't need the reduced skill effect duration as much. So I'd imagine that's less dependent on the skill effect duration. May have to keep that in mind. Well, we've obviously got the Infernalist still alive. The Gemling doesn't end up being fun, and because I've got no idea whether the idea that I've got for this build will even be good. If it ends up being shit, we may actually try that idea that you just mentioned, Slim, on the Infernalist. Do something a bit more creative and try and get it to work there. The Mana Tempest is obviously a massive buff as well to the damage in and of itself.
The last one.
The cast on dodge, that was something akin to the Jung Roan build, wasn't it? It was Jung Roan that popularized that build. Correct me if I'm wrong. That is actually something I have been willing. I think I just saw King Kongor earlier today on a Infernalist doing the cast on dodge on demon form. That was something similar to what I was thinking of doing, because obviously the Infernalist demon form doesn't need that unique boots, whatever it is that typically is required. Hey, yo, what's up, Sleppy? The Infernalist refused to die, so I've just started Gemling without trying any more to kill the Infernalist. And we're just doing something a little bit different. I want to try an Ember Fuselage build. Frost Darts is something else which I was kind of tempted on potentially doing. What do we want to quickly look at? See if there's any other twink stuff that we can throw on. Ah, we can use this now. Any other socketables I can throw on here? Whatever, good enough. It's always something. What else was there? Was there any rings? Oh, this spirit chest is also tempting. Can't use any spirit abilities though at the moment. Didn't I have a pair of Deodaries somewhere? I did, yeah. Level 16, that would be important to remember. 100 spell damage would help a lot as well. Energy shields, spell damage. The extra gain chaos is kind of a little bit better on that, I think. Oh, look, I think the setup we've got at the moment, some sort of movement speed boots would be better. Iron reflexes. These seem okay-ish. Wasn't there a twink pair of boots that had 20? Oh, Wanderlust. These are the ones I was thinking. These are potentially decent to use as well. A bit later on. And I wanted to set up the frost bomb. Spell echo. Magnified. Need an overabundance as well. We'll do, and a remnants. Harmonic remnants. Gets our cold infusions for the spark. It's more so for the infusions for spark. Although potent exposure would actually be good, and so would... Rather than magnified area, yeah, potent exposure or cooldown reduction. Probably the cooldown so I can spam it more often. So I can put 2 down, get a whole bunch of remnants. That'll do for now. Again, don't really need a min-max at this point. Yeah, I was getting a little bit hyped up about... what am I doing? I need to go grow wood. Or did I forget to talk to someone in the...
I see you've all stay safe.
Hold on. I forgot to talk to someone in the encampment, damn. I did look into the recoup and I was quite excited about it, especially with the Reverie chest piece. I think some people got it to work to a certain degree, but ultimately it just seemed to end up being quite lackluster at the top end. It's a bit hard to justify demon form stacking builds when there's all of these like cast on builds which are instantly good and don't need that ramp up time that a demon form build does. You know, that's the kind of awkward... Oh god, I didn't wait long enough, did I? Okay, I'm being sloppy here, sorry guys. Yeah, the demon form builds just ended up being a little bit lackluster, I think. I think the Reverie needs quite a bit of investment into all the sort of flask notables and things like that to get the regen scaling enough. Recoup speed in terms of the new nodes that they added on the passive tree. I made a video about recoup demon form builds, and there was a section in that video which I explained why recoup speed is not a good stat. Well, subjectively, it doesn't improve your life regen. It just changes the manner in which it works. Basically, it just allows your regen from the recoup to ramp up quicker, but you don't get more regen as a result. It just gets there quicker, but it also drops off quicker. And there's a big argument to be made that by that dropping off quicker, it actually makes it ultimately a little bit more awkward. I don't know. It all kind of, yeah, faded away and didn't really work out all that much. Hey, Maxibon. But I think, like I said, the main reason I don't think the demon form builds really took off, well, firstly, recoup, the old tech with Sacrosanctum has been around since 0.2, I believe. So it's been around for a long time, and I think many people, and especially content creators, myself included in this, quite simply are just a little bit bored of it. It hasn't really changed overly much, and playing the same build over and over. There's a few content creators. I always direct people towards a guy called Hungry Boots, who is a very good content creator, and he's always min-maxing the absolute hell out of that setup. But a lot of the rest of us are just kind of bored of it, so we've kind of moved on. And the new tech that they've added, like 0.3 was really exciting because we had the Undying Hate tech rod with Adeluis and all of that, and that was really fun to do with the demon form. But 0.4 and 5 really haven't introduced much. Reverie got introduced, and that showed some potential from a theory crafting point of view, but in practice I think it just ended up being a little bit lackluster. And yeah, we've just moved on to different builds. You know, the cast-on builds are just super strong, so why do you want to sit there for 2 minutes ramping up demon form to be when you can just run off and be good to go with the cast-on build? Yeah, Hungry Boots is phenomenal. If anyone ever does want to... Like, I did know a lot about the recoup, and I still know a lot of the fundamentals and a lot of the bits and pieces, but in terms of absolutely min-maxing it, Hungry Boots is next level when it comes to that build. It's insane how much he knows about it, and especially the lightning warp, ball lightning tech. I have to remember that I need to do all these quests again. Does anyone know much about Twink setups and know if there's any good amulet instillments that are worth getting, like to put onto Astramentus? Because I do think I have a couple of delirium liquids lying around, and I could instill something on the Astramentus when I do get to use that at level 20 or whatever it is. Hey Vix, no, I want to try doing Ember Fusillade. I've always had an itch to want to try and play an Ember Fusillade build, and being an Infernalist main, Infernalist isn't really too fantastic for the Ember Fusillade, so I'm making a Gemling, and I want to try Ember Fusillade with Flameblast. So Ember Fusillade with Chaining for map clear, and Flameblast with its massive amount of ignite magnitude on the Gemling for single target. Doesn't really interest me, to be honest. I just want to play Ember Fusillade. Cast on... I'm not a massive fan of the auto bottom kind of cast on dodge builds. I tend to gravitate more towards builds that can do super hard content and be super tanky, which I'm not sure how this build will work in that respect. It could fail completely, but the auto bomber cast on dodge always struck me more as just a quick mapper, like a farming build. Which is, look, it's fantastic. It looks like it's super fun and it's obviously extremely fast, but I'd imagine it has a little bit of a ceiling in terms of just how far you can push it, because ultimately it's catered towards speed and not necessarily overall strength and doing super hard content. Yo, Herminator, what's up, buddy? You'll be pleased to know, Herm, that I haven't done any setup around it, but I did enable 7TV finally. Yeah, you do raise a good point, Vix, that you can ultimately do the cast on dodge and then still have the flame blast for the single target. Look, ultimately, we're going to be super flexible. I just have a loose plan. Nothing's really set in stone 100%. I've just been meaning to, the short of it is I've been meaning to make a Gemling for ever since 0.5 started. I've kind of had my eye on it. I'm a big Infernalist main and I love the Infernalist, so it's hard to find a time to do it, but we're 3 months into the league, so it's time to finally do something a little bit different. And you're seeing the Infernalist content creator playing something that isn't an Infernalist probably for the first time ever, so yeah. Now I can see all these emotes that people were talking about. Geez, Rabbit's got a lot of them, doesn't he? Yeah, 100% Vix. Like, ultimately, during a traditional, especially trade league start, going for a build that is super fast is a very smart thing to do. But like I said, we're 3 months in. I don't want to sit like you. For those that have been around for the last week or two since I've been streaming, like the cast on build is probably a good example. I had an idea. I wanted to try it. And the whole goal was around the build creation and proving an idea. The efficiency and farming and mapping part, I just don't have any interest in doing that at this part of the patch life cycle. You know, we're 3 months in, we're playing on a private league. The whole point at the moment for me isn't farming maps and currency. It's just about having a bit of fun and trying build ideas. So, you know, we spent a couple of days, we got Grim Pillars working. That was a lot of fun. That reached a point where it was kind of finished or complete. Then we moved on, we pivoted, tried the cast on build. We thought it would be super risky and that it would die quickly. It ended up surviving 3 days and again got to a point where it was very strong, proved the idea. And now we're moving on to again. Oh no, I would argue that quite a few league starter builds do try and make something that's relatively fast. One of the things about a league start, like a proper league start, like let's say 0.55 starts, and people come up with ideas for league starter builds. One of the difficulty in terms of speed is on a real league start, you don't have a lot of currency and you don't have a lot of access to gear. And speed typically requires a certain degree of investment. So it's kind of challenging to really create a proper fast build on league start. You'll typically see those builds start to pop up and become a lot more popular like a week or two into a league when people start to get a little bit more currency. But no, like fast builds are always very popular for the exact reason that you say. if you're starting a league and you're trying to get currency, you want something that maps quickly. And most builds will either aim to have like over 100% movement speed, or they will have some sort of tech. You know, Prada does a lot of the Bone Shatter movement tech for speed. You'll have the Jung Roan dodge build was super popular. There definitely is a focus on speed. But yeah, that first week on a league start, typically not, simply because just people don't have the currency for it, really.
You have the keys. That
Yeah, you'll see temporalist builds get a lot more popular, but that typically takes about,
at last it's open.
I'd say 2 weeks at least, 2-3 weeks into a league before the you know, the tempo Sekima farmers start to actually provide the supply for them.
Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family.
Like league start build is typically more about, can I create something with just rares that's going to clear T15 maps and survive and not die every second map. You know, that's the starting point. You do that, you farm up some currency for a couple of days or a couple of weeks, depending on what level of blaster you are. And then you start looking at, okay, now I've got myself settled and set up. I've got a bit of, you know, I've got a couple of divines. Now, what can I start exploring in terms of builds, whether it's pivoting or upgrading things? And now, how can I introduce the speed to be more efficient? Whatever Fubgun's doing, yeah. You know, it's funny but true that a lot of people do look at those massive content creators and what they do, and it very much drives the direction of the meta in the early weeks. One item which actually may be worth exploring for this spark stuff. I wonder if there is, what is it, Brotherhood? There's one of the Brotherhood rings that converts lightning to cold. Requires level 32. We'll be on Temper Fuselage by then. Yeah, Fub. Jung Roan is another guy that does a lot of good builds. Prada always focuses on speed. Look, honestly, most builds, in terms of popularity and what most build creators will focus on, is either cool factor or speed factor. After the first week or two, after the leagues, like the actual league start when no one's got anything, most builds will have to have some degree of movement speed to be popular. And when I say movement speed, it doesn't just necessarily mean movement speed, the stat, but some sort of movement to be quick. Like you'd see even on all of my builds, my shield wall build and the cast on build, in both cases I was running, if nothing else, I was running the Mage Blood with duplicate Quicksilver. And the Infernalists with also low life. You throw in the Tech Rod Gaze support into your boots, and you're running around with 100+ movement speed, so you're still getting speed.
Another one.
Hey Tice, no rip 2. The Infernalist survived. It refused to die, so we've just jumped the gun and just proactively have made a Gemling just to do a little bit different. But the Infernalist is still alive and kicking. Refused to die, ended up being defensively a lot stronger than I suspected it would. But Braggy, onto your point I just saw in terms of Fubgun builds, yeah, it's always a very smart play to pay it, even if you don't want to play his build, to be aware of what his build is, because there'll be like hundreds of thousands of people playing it, and target farming or like crafting gear for that build is always very profitable during a league start. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly, Oh, look, Vix. Yes and no. There's obviously quite a lot of people who will do that. But you'd be shocked at the amount of demand there is typically for that gear, at least at the top end. The mid-range gear, you're probably right. There's probably reaches a point where it's a little bit flooded. But the top end gear, like, always sells for a shitload. I don't know, it's always worked well for me. What am I still looking for? Freythorn, aren't I? I'm this guy. Kind of just on autopilot here. Not paying attention to what I'm doing.
Guess we know what's been killing the cows.
Yeah, look, it'll come down to what specifically you're targeting. I try and typically find a niche, little bit of a niche build, so not necessarily the most easiest of crafts. Like, I remember in 0.5, I made an absolute killing, like, on making just chaos rings. So this isn't specific to Fub Gun, obviously, but the moment there was accessibility to those void fluxes, it was so easy with some desecration target, making those hybrid resistance crafts, and then converting rings into full 75% chaos rings, and they were selling for heaps. I remember at one point they were costing me like 2-3 dib to make, and I was selling them for like 30-40 consistently. There's stuff like that you can find. Have I found the entry into Freythorn yet? It's probably down here, isn't it? Actually, where is it on the map? Hunting grounds. It says it's in the top right. Didn't find it in top right though. Oh yeah, finding the ritual does point to it, doesn't it? Stuff here, typically I do it. Like, this is one thing I hate about the light radius sometimes. Like, you'll walk around the edge and you'll miss like a centimeter, and it just happens to be in that centimeter. You'll be like a meter away from it. Well, there's the ritual. God, this...
What's all this then? Things from these parts. Maybe he knows.
Yeah, in 0.5 they fixed it so that most zones, for people that aren't aware, so I'm currently in the hunting grounds. It used to be bugged in previous patches, but they fixed it up for the most part. If you kind of look at the direction in which the other areas are, typically within the map, it will kind of follow this same path. Although here, Ogham Farmlands is to the right, and here we've got it to the left, so it's maybe not super accurate, but it does work sometime. Yeah, look. See, this is what I'm talking about. I missed this little bit. Like, little bit. The checkpoint was like right there. What else is worth picking up? Flame wall's always nice. The spark. But you could see Fraythorn, like I said, like top right area. And that's kind of where it was on the previous map. So you can use the main map to kind of get a rough idea where the most likely place for the entrance is going to be. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Vix. I suspect there's going to be pretty significant balance changes. Which, as a build creator, is excited. I'm hoping that it's quite dramatic and that the meta does get changed up because it makes it more fun from a build creation point of view. One thing I would like to see is the Gemling alt quality stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. I don't know how they do it, but if that becomes a little bit more accessible to other classes, it would be really nice. Because I think it would really diversify build creation. Like whether it's a new unique jewel, which potentially something like a Prism of Belief. So rather than giving plus levels to a certain skill, there's a unique jewel that you can farm from one of the pinnacle bosses, which will grant you access to the alt quality on a skill. Like something like that would be really cool. Like let's say I want to play Ember+Flameblast on the Infernalist. I can target, or I can farm, or I can buy a unique jewel which has, grants alt quality on Ember+Flameblast. So I don't get full access like the Gemling does, but I can at least get specific access to one skill at least, so I can, have a bit of build diversity. It seems like a shame that there's all of this absolutely awesome alt quality, but it's all just accessible purely for the Gemling. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what approach they take. I imagine it's going to be quite significant. We're already 3 months into the league, so they've already had 3 months worth of time. It's probably still going to be another... Like, I suspect they may announce the date during Gamescom, which is, in a week? And let's say they do announce it at Gamescom, it'll probably be about, at least, I'd say, 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks after Gamescom. So we're probably going to be about a month into the league by the time 0.5 rolls around. That's a lot of time to do quite some significant changes. So although I think they will hold back, I don't think we'll get a new class. A new class is just too powerful a marketing tool, and they'll save that for 1.0. I think we may see some adjustments to some existing mechanics, something like the Wisps. Definitely need a little bit more love. Maybe they do something with them. Essences, summoning stones, all of those kind of things may see a slight change. But it's probably primarily going to be balanced. Maybe some new unique items. I reckon we'll probably get 1 or 2 of the remaining ascendancies. I wouldn't be surprised if they have just fill out the current classes. So maybe we'll get the 2 last ascendancies as the new content. I don't think Wisps need a buff, but I think they need a quality of life rework. They're strong and they're good and there's some cool stuff there, but they're still annoying as hell to follow and things like that. I'd love to see them become a little bit more easy to deal with. Like you raised the whole point about movement speed. Like a lot of people want to fly through maps. They don't want to sit there babysitting a Wisp until it finds its rare. So stuff like that, maybe reworking that a little bit so it's a bit better. I don't know. Again, it's, you know, subjective personal opinion. Hey, cheers, Braggy. Good luck on your monk, mate. Yeah, strong boxes is another one which could probably need some love. Hey, PC, how's it going, mate? Yeah, that... whatever they do, I think those... well, they're not really league mechanics, but those kind of Atlas mechanics or map mechanics, you know, wisps, strong boxes, summoning circles, I think they could see some improvements. And like I said, more so from like a quality of life and excitement point of view. I think GGG has been quoted as saying like finding those things should be an exciting moment in the map. And I think for most people at the moment, it's more of a, to be blunt, oh, this is a bit of an annoyance moment. Like, yes, they are cool and they do some cool things, but it's a little bit annoying in the way in which you need to interact with them at the moment.
You found.
Should I put that skilled spirit gem in here? And I should probably use it, shouldn't I? Oh, I don't even know what's really worth doing. Maybe Mana I should just do Raging Spirits, whatever. Putting down firewalls.
This. So. I don't. These are just some odds and ends of mine. It's beautiful.
Quick check of Twink gear. Is there anything else we can slot in? More movement speed. Yeah. Quick scan. Level 24 is the main point where we can just throw on the Astramentus. 28 for the Reverie, if we wanted to use that. Do I have any decent offhands? We do get a bit of gain damage from this, but there's probably much better offhands, I'd imagine. Do I risk that Lore Weave, the all res? No. Cold damage, cold resist. Max life, fire resist. There's a lot of fire resistance on that, isn't there? Kind of need the cold res for GNL. Whatever, that'll do for now. 9 exceptionals from 1 strongbox. Holy. Kinda nutty.
Well then, the last one's got to be around here somewhere.
I would like to almost prove a point. See there? There's a wisp. I tried to hold on to it for a while, dropped off, and I just can't be bothered going back for it. It could definitely work a little bit better.
That's it. The last one. We've done it. Goes back to the...
Where is the loot? Glad I put on those 20% movement wanderlusts. Ten rite of passages. Woo! I think I found 2 rite of passages this league without target farming. I think they both dropped in on those expedition maps where you can get the wisps.
So the hooded one was right. They lost their minds.
What's a good twink offhand for casters? Does anyone know? I think I had some +2 focuses lying around. I'd have to check what level requirement. Yeah, you need to combine that with the spirit chest though. And I'll ultimately be using Black Bride or eventually Cloak of Flame, so I don't really want to use that. I know which one you're talking about, the one that gives you spell damage per spirit. I do know that combination's strong, but it's a little bit glass cannon. Kind of wants a bit more of a defensive brain off setup. for hardcore.
That one was for me. Bloody horrors!
Almost certain I had plus levels somewhere. Then again, this scepter isn't the worst in the world either. Like 5% chaos damage per undead minion, and we've got 5, so it's plus 25 chaos. It's pretty awesome. At this stage in the game, that's probably more than plus 1 level worth of damage. And the minions always do create a little bit of a meat shield as well, so they're not too bad defensively.
Need a sec.
Herm, are you still around, mate? Are you lurking?
You found it is good. For what? There is.
This stick to the carrots.
Bit more intelligence, okay.
New strategy required.
Just need to get through into Act 3, and then by then we should have Ember+Flameblast hopefully set up and a little bit more exciting. Oh, I really should get a better life blast.
Another notch on the helmet.
Yeah, better life blast. My defenses aren't that giga that I can avoid it. Yo, Math. How you doing, mate? Yeah, we just started a Gemling. Do something a little bit new. The Infernalists refused to die, so... Oh god, I think I had the wrong filter on. It's another thing. How's the Stampede going, Matt? Are you still persisting with that?
That's him. Soon. Very soon.
First ones.
All I did was touch it. Always did say religion is dangerous.
Yeah, with Twink gear as well, and a 4-link with support. Yeah, pretty much just one-shot everything. But even without that, I pretty much will always use Bone Storm irrespective of what I'm doing in the campaign. It's just ridiculously overpowered. If you have Living Lightning or Raging Spirits as well with the temporary minions, consuming the impales, it's crazy amounts of damage.
You can rest when you're dead.
Yeah, Volcano is good as well. Volcano's a little bit awkward with it. It's like placement, and if stuff runs out of it, it can be a little bit annoying. But it's definitely got some very strong potential for single target if you can land them well. If you can place them well, I guess is more better way of putting it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people love Ice Nova. Very cool when you, especially if you can get the get it infused and get the AoE nice and chunky.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill him, and you shall have everything I promised.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
You could bloody well try.
Brianna!
One shot.
Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I'm so not. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
You manipulative whore! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you!
Easy peasy. Twink gear OP.
Betrayal. The Countess has escaped with the beast.
Well, sir, we have arrived.
Do whatever it takes.
The Marrakesh. A very...
Yours?
The show of my worth, eh?
I was thinking of doing Cloak of Flame quite early, but I think I will. No, probably Reverie or Cloak of Flame. I'll have to see. Blackbraid can carry quite hard as well. Armor applies to LE is ridiculous. If I can get some other good armor pieces, find them in my stash.
On the cliff! More time! Here they come! This doesn't earn my passage. Nothing will.
You?
Never thought I'd work for the Marrakesh again. Too bloody...
The beast.
I am a so.
Level 24, I need to remember we can use Astramentus. I didn't check in chat. Does anyone know if there's any good instillment to throw onto the Astramentus in terms of twinking? Like one that I had in mind, I think, was this one potentially. Fear, Greed. Get a bit of Aures and elemental damage. Is there any others that are particularly good for twink? That are relatively inexpensive? Because I can always jump on my Infernalist and anoint that Astramentus when we do, I think it's level 23 or so, where I can start to use it. Anyone have any ideas? Am I in the right global? $420, yeah.
Well, whatever happened here, I doubt it's good news.
Also have to check what level requirement it is for the snake pit as well.
Another notch in the wall. This thing has some history.
May need to try. Is Herminator actually online, or is he playing the other game today? Cypher's on.
I bet a load of weapons came out of this place.
Yo, Strange. G'day to you, buddy. How's it going? Nah, the Infernalists refused to die, so we've proactively created the Gemling just to do something a little bit different. I tried my best. We threw it at expeditions, and it was too strong. Surprisingly, like, I'm actually legitimately surprised how well, especially Morrigan's insight, how consistently that was triggering and keeping us alive, along with, I can't remember what the other rune is for the periodic guard. But yeah, it was actually very defensively very, very strong. Oh, look, it's not always like that. I've spent a lot of time doing armor builds on the Infernalist, so I do know my way around. But even so, like, you sometimes have an idea, and trust me, I've had plenty of ideas that have not worked out. Almost every single league, I waste a whole, like, hundreds, if not thousands of divs on failed build ideas, so it doesn't always work. But when it comes to armor on the Infernalist, I dare say I do know quite a bit. And I've also experimented quite a lot with Runic Ward and things like that, so I kind of have a very good idea of what is out there and what levers you can pull. But with the Guard and the Runic Ward, I've typically had the Oroth Life Last to kind of rely on. And I knew the Morrigan's Insight can provide a lot of guard, but it does have a cooldown, so I was a little bit skeptical about just how consistent and reliable it would be. But no, especially in expeditions with a lot of density, where it was a lot easier to trigger, it worked really, really well. And I didn't even have a lot of levels into the frost wall. Like, I'd imagine on softcore, you could get that thing with that. You could use that setup with the Morrigans and be getting, every couple of seconds, getting like a 4,000 guard shield. It's pretty damn insane. Alright, we're flying through this campaign pretty well at the moment. It's a shame Herminator isn't on. I'll be a little bit of a pest and ask him to do at least a 2-point ascendancy for me to save a little bit of time. But worst case scenario, we just run it ourselves. It doesn't take a lot of time. Main thing I need is the alternate quality to get Ember+Flameblast up and running. And for that I need, what, the 2 ascendancies at least. Yeah, no dramas. If anyone else is willing, I don't need the 3, like just like a 2 ascendancy, like a very quick, you know, Chaos Temple or whatever, or Sekimas, just to get 2 ascendancy so I can get 4 points and just get the ult quality. I can do it myself, it will just mean I'll have to wait until near the end of Act 3 before I get Chaos Temple open to do it. Whereas if I can get it early, I can switch to Ember+Flameblast earlier. It's more about getting the skill effect duration from the alt quality reduced pretense. Because the alt quality on the Gemling gives you, I think, 40% reduced skill effect duration at 20% quality. So it's just about getting that online as quick as possible.
What's with all the parchment? Practically paper in the walls. Need more time.
Yeah, exactly. I want to get the machine gun style Ember+Flameblast going. That's what I'm interested in trying to play around with. Potentially even do some silly things like get the Ember+Flameblast staff in the weapon set too, using the unusable bug and just triggering a whole shitload of fuselage. Maybe get a spell slinger as well, wand. Maybe a cast on crit or ailment. Just like get as much fuselage machine gunning out as possible.
Yes, a coin.
Alright, so we got the first trial.
You look good under my boot.
I doubt I would get one. So I'm playing on Timmy's privately, and I do know there are a couple of floating around, but I doubt I'll get access to one. If I happen to, then yeah, maybe. Obviously, it's a lot nicer starting off in the Witch area in particular. Even Templar area wouldn't be too bad. But I'm definitely not relying on getting access to one. Yeah, I know there's a few floating around. I wonder if they're actually listed. No, I have seen them linked. But yeah, I kind of, in many respects, exactly what you're trying to just say there, Predens. In some respects, I kind of want to try and make it work without it. See if it's viable. Like this whole build on the Gemling is going to be extremely experimental.
Simple enough.
Where is this exit? Jeez. It's not over there, is it? It probably is, isn't it? Yeah. Do you have any... I'd imagine he was after quite a lot. I don't know if I've got any sort of currency that anyone needs. Probably the only thing I've got worthwhile is some of the rarer expedition crafting currencies. I think I've got 2 Astrids and 2 Celestials still left over from the crafting session a couple of days ago. Yeah, sorry, I should say second ascendancy or 4 points I need. I believe that's what you need for the alt quality. It'd probably have to be Sekimas, because that's the only thing I'm going to have access to early. Like, I'll have access to it after I clear these gates.
Hold them back while I open the gate.
That's fine as well, but it just takes you longer to clear. Like, I don't want to put anyone out. I don't want someone to sit there for like 30 minutes or whatever it is in Sekimas if they don't want to do it that long. But third ascendancy is fine as well. It's better, you know, arguably. It's more about saving time. I can do it myself. It's just going to take longer to get things up and running, obviously. So it's just about quality of life. I can throw a couple of div your way or something like that in exchange. Yeah, don't put yourself out, Strange. It's fine. I can always do it myself, or I may ask Cypher or Herminator if he pops on later. If Cal gets on later as well, I'm sure he would do it for me as well. Onwards!
Nice try.
Level ammo. Probably getting super close to being able to use Astramentus, which will be nice. Astrominus is a level 23, I think. So almost.
He conjures the very sands against us. This is no natural sandstone. We must battle sorcery with sorcery.
The count.
If you so, blessings. For you, young one. I will tell your tale.
No, reduce defense is too much. It's a lot of mana regen. Really am a little bit clueless when it comes to twink gear. What's good? Ah, Deodries should be available by now. Yes, good. Some decent armor boots. I'll get rid of them in plus levels. Minus attribute per level. This is going to be dropping off by now. I'll go to plus levels. Everything else is still not online. It's a respectable ring. Lightning res wouldn't be bad. Oh god, forgot that. Bumps it up. Whoops. Oh look, we'll assist with that. Definitely need a bit more lightning res for Joandra once we get to him. Mastodon Badlands. Actually, we'll do the trial quickly, at least get the first point. Oh! That reminds me, I do have a coffee sitting back there which I need to reheat.
If by Marikath wisdom, Balbala meant gold, a man can hope.
I will serve. We have.
Gave away all of my good relics from what I remember, but do I have anything left over? Helps a little bit.
This better be worth it.
Does Gemling actually have anything good for its first ascend?
All in a day's work.
Swift magnificence. Relish your mortality.
It's like going, why the hell am I doing a lot more damage? And I just remembered I put the deodories on, which obviously makes a big boost to your DPS in the Twink setup.
Good riddance.
Another notch on me helmet.
That was close. Relish your mortality.
Not yet.
The ritual has been disrupted. Swift magnificence.
Whatever.
All in a day's work.
No, no rip. The Infernalist refused to die. Proved a little bit too strong, so just proactively jumped the gun and making the Gemling for a little bit of fun, something a little bit different. As someone pointed out the other day, the nice thing with the Infernalist surviving is that there is always the option of having it there in case I do need to farm something up.
Fight with it. May that serve you. Impressive endurance. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
Great. A moving pile of rocks.
Beware of the burst.
Had enough of you!
I knew you would succeed.
So this is the promised wisdom.
Gemling. I don't know. I don't even know what the first two things are. What's Virtuous Barrier? Acquire that attribute and you get a buff. Mana and life regen per intelligence mote. It's not bad. Most numerous.
Time to see what these gems can
The only reason I want it is for the alternate quality to Ember Fuselage. So I can use Ember Fuselage as a machine gun type ability with reduced duration stacking. The only reason I'm playing the Gemling, so I want to play that build. What's the most supports that I've got at the moment? Int. So what would that give me? If I'm not balancing stuff, less cost of skills, that gives me nothing. So it's just pretty much Virtuous Barrier for a bit of regen.
We will succeed.
Silver and 3 bronze. One mana left. That's Connor, isn't it? Connor Converse. Am I correct? I believe that's 1 mana left, isn't he? Yeah, I've seen he did a few interesting builds this league. Monk with mana stack Chaola Monk caster thing. Yeah, there's some crazy setups you can do with that.
Young one, here we are. Do not wander.
Oh, I think I still need 1 more level, don't I? I don't have any more attribute things, do I? Oh, level 24. Okay, so I still got a little bit. And Reverie comes on at 28. And then Cloak. Hey, we've converted you, Gold Hand. Nice to hear. I am very, very, very biased, but I still feel, and will always feel, that while, if nothing else, Infernalist's crit damage scaling exists, it will always be one of the highest top-end ceilings in terms of build potentials from a damage point of view. Crit is such a massive and prominent damage scaler in the in top-end builds that having the ability to double it with Infernalist will always hold it in good stead. And then you've got a whole bunch of other awesome stuff with it. You got Altered Flesh, which makes armor stacking very, very efficient, which is something I'm a big fan of. Then you've got Demon Form, arguably the best Ascendancy 2-pointer for the campaign, especially on softcore. You've got Pyro Pact, which just straight up, especially with armor stacking, just for one Ascendancy node, solves all your mana problems. It's very, very, very strong Ascendancy. Yeah, I would say out of the original Ascendancies, it's one of the most well-balanced. It can be used for a very wide range of builds. It's got some very unique stuff like Pyro Pact and Demon Form, which are very, very unique for the Ascendancy. But then it's got other stuff which just makes it super versatile and usable for other things as well. So, I really like it. I like you, Strange.
Always some sort of ritual going on.
Yeah, you got to be cautious of that. But if I ever have options where I can go down 2 decent paths, but one then has a further 2 paths or more beyond that compared to one, I'll always take the one that offers more flexibility down the line. Because otherwise you can get stuck in those situations like you said. Or there's even, you know, there's situations that are even worse than that where you get something that just bricks your run. Need to find the Well of Souls. I could ask someone for the waypoint, but we'll run it through. Doesn't take too long. No, I just want to do a fire spells, Ember+Flameblast with reduced skill duration, and Flameblast with the magnitude stacking for single target. That's at least the initial plan. I'm just going to have some fun with it. If that setup ends up looking like shit, to be blunt. Then we'll explore other options, or we'll go back to maybe to the Infernalist and do something there. I don't know, just having a bit of fun experimenting with stuff. Done so many Infernalists, as you guys know, that this was just an opportunity to do something a little bit different. And I've always wanted to try. The main thing is I've always wanted to try Ember+Flameblast. And doing it on an Infernalist is rather limiting without its access to reduced skill effect duration. Like, you can kind of do it on softcore if you've got access to a Palm of the Dreamer with reduced skill duration. But on Timmy's League, it's just not going to happen. Yeah, Ember+Flameblast just looks like fun in general. But yeah, I need this. I need advanced thaumaturgy before I can pivot to it. I've made mana stacker builds before, especially back when Archmage was very strong. Infernalist has actually got some tools which are not too bad for mana stacking with some of its life conversions. You can convert like life to energy shield, which you can then convert to mana through Eldritch Battery. You can just straight up convert life to mana, so you've got some extra scalers for your mana. There was some very strong builds back in like 0.1 and 2, I remember. I haven't done anything more recently. Actually, no, in 0.4 during Templar I was running an Archmage build with Cast On, which was very strong as well. It's definitely viable. That's probably the short answer. Talking about Palm of the Dreamer, so someone just got one. With 13 reduced skill duration. Perfect roll. Wow. Whew. I think I'll get this Well of Souls and I'll very quickly put some water in the kettle so I can reheat or heat up the coffee a little bit. Definitely need that little bit of a kick. Avatar of Fire has got some interesting usages, but the fact that you lose 25% of your damage is a little bit brutal. If I'm thinking of the right thing, it's what this node, isn't it? Yeah.
That's a hooker.
Alright, just need to put some water in the kettle.
for you, young one. I will tell your tale.
Yeah, actually, Goldhand's good point. All the gain extra lightning is completely lost. Level 23, so close to the Astramentus. Armor the Dreamer and Headhunter for Mageblood, wow. If, Gold Hands, good question. If I didn't love build creation so much, and the tremendous amount of flexibility playing on softcore lens towards that, then yeah, I'd play hardcore. In terms of the pure play style and the game, in terms of those aspects, I'm really enjoying hardcore, so 100% would play it. And I dare say I will be playing it a lot sooner in future leagues. Yeah, hardcore economy has an added flavor in that ultimately good items are lost because people die. So it's much more dynamic. I think in the future, typically I've done 2 or 3 builds in any new league. I reckon I may do just 1 or 2 going on in the future and jump to hardcore sooner. I'll definitely be playing every single Timmy league going forward. That's 100%. Alrighty, we got Astramentus. Tempted to potentially even use the Gore Girdle. My current reduction isn't even greater than 19.6. Throw on another charm. Need a lightning charm. Do I have one? Oh god. Why does the currency always bump it up? Flasks. Whatever. Overthinking things. We move on. We got the Astramentus on at least. Oh, Kaiser. Yeah, people meme on Quinn, but he's a very, very good player. He like obviously does some silly things for content, but there's a lot of very good experienced PoE players who do nothing but hardcore. Khan is another one. Experiments with builds and typically does the race to 100 very regularly as well. No, the Infernalist survived. It refused to die, and we've just proactively created Gemling just for something a bit different to do. Want to experiment with Ember Fuselage. Yeah, good point. Nah, I remember Quinn back from the early Diablo days where he actually started as a build creator. The dude knows his games very well. He just does silly things because that's the whole persona and, you know, persona that he's created for his Twitch channel. He's a very smart guy, though. You don't become that successful and popular without knowing what you're doing. Yo, Kongli, what's up, buddy? The Infernalist refused to die, so I had to jump the gun and I just created the Gemling. This is one of those rare moments in PoE history where you'll see me playing a non-Infernalist build. It's only because we're 3 months in and I'm allowing myself to experiment with something else. Something different. Yeah, it leaves a bit of a bitter taste in my mouth, mate. Hold on, I just need to get my coffee. Man, that is the last time I ordered coffee from that place. So I ordered a large coffee. They gave me a regular cup. Half of it was foam, so there's literally about that much. So large should be 3 shots, and this tastes like it's about 1 shot in it. Last time I go to that place. He beat all pinnacles in 0.5 with Rush the gym stuff. Then he got bored because he didn't acquire any, so he re-rolled into the ethical builds. Quinn, as a content creator, will always play the 0.2 league launches because it's simply just a massive influx of people. He would be crazy not to. Hey, Mr. Chicken, my boss called me to ask why I haven't done my update at work. Well, done it. Yep. Well, have a nice drive, Math. Hey, Cypher. Yeah, and it's great for, as I was saying earlier, Syph, if you didn't hear it, he knows what he's doing from the whole content creation point of view. It works so well for him as well. Yeah, this coffee is horrible. It honestly tastes like water. I'll doubt there's more than one shot in that, and I ordered a large, which should have 3. And it's tiny. That's what I get for going to a place which is closer, but not my regular place. I'm not a massive coffee drinker. I think I've explained it on the stream a couple of times. I typically won't drink coffee if I don't have to, but when I'm streaming, I find it gives me a nice bit of an energy boost. Which is nice. But I've got like 3 or 4 coffee. Well, not specifically cafes, but there's 5 places within walking distance of my apartment which do coffee. And I have a place which I regularly go to which does good coffee, like nice strong coffee. I like strong coffee. And this is just like weak. As we'd say in Australia, weak as piss. If I drank coffee more regularly, I'd probably buy my own machine, but I'm lazy. And like I said, I've got literally 5 places within walking distance, so yeah, look. I'm making excuses. Ultimately, I'll just admit it, I'm lazy and just prefer to buy it. Oh, please tell me, did I do the Rune Seeker quest? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, finding a good coffee place, it's worth its weight in gold. When I used to work in the city, I'd do the same thing. I'd find where the best coffee is, and then I'd pretty much just always go to that same place. There's also a certain advantage and a nicety to actually having staff at a cafe or any sort of hospitality place know you. You can kind of walk in, you sometimes get served quicker. I remember the staff has changed at the place that I typically go to here, but at one point I knew the staff so well, and there'd be queues of people lining up for food and coffee orders, and they'd see me walk in and they'll just do my regular and kind of pass it to me over the counter ahead of everyone else, which was always really nice. Saved me half an hour in my work day when I was working remote. And separate. Yeah, that's an idea. Almost last one. I'd have to find a blend that I like though. And I don't know enough about coffee to know offhand what that is. Sub shop for lunch, yeah. It's so nice, especially when like you're working in the city where it's super busy. You just walk into a place, they see you, wave and just like mouth, oh yeah, just my regular or whatever. And they tee it up ahead of everyone else. Yeah, exactly, Strange. Spot on. I'll grab the waypoint here and then go back and find the boss for the 2 points.
place doesn't bloody cave in.
Nice play, Conley. I don't have that issue because I just flirt with everyone, so hell man, even if it's a dude, I'll flirt with them as well. Fuck, you know, it's always a bit of fun. It's a bit of an Aussie cultural thing as well. You always have a bit of a muck around. It's funny you say that. The older woman that runs the sushi place across the road, always have a bit of a laugh and a banter with her. She's a good lass. Quite regularly they'll have like a 2-for-1 later in the evening just to get rid of the fresher stock so it doesn't go off the next day. And sometimes I'll go there a little bit early, have a little bit of a chat with her, and she'll allow me to get the 2-to-1 a bit earlier. Oh God, what's with all these ads body blocking all the damage? There we go.
Disgusting creatures.
Hey DP, no build as of yet. We're just leveling to a point where we can actually set a build up. I'm just twink leveling with Spark until I can get Ember+Flameblast online. Awesome Pokemon's doing the 4th Ascend. That'll be handy. Speed things up. Strange if you're already at the 3rd Ascend. Oh look, I don't know. I'm going to grab the 4 from Poke if he's already doing it. So if you're not certain about the damage that you've got, just do a safe one for yourself. I'll grab this. I'll grab it from Pokemon. If there's anything you need for the time and effort that you put into that, mate, let me know. I'm more than happy to give you a couple of things. So I really appreciate that. Is there any particular currencies or something that you need, mate? Or crafting mats? Yeah, the only reason I'm doing it, because this is like the 4th build we're doing on THC. And it's one of those things where I'm all for doing things yourself, but God, if I can save myself some time and quality of life, I'll take it. Especially considering I know Pokemon always runs them quite regularly, irrespectively.
All in a day's work.
Insta killed him, nice. Very disappointed with this coffee.
Look at all this religion. Didn't help 'em.
Not kidding, it tastes like water. Yeah, exactly, Congley. It's kind of reached that point in the league for me, just do fun stuff. Like, I honestly have no idea whether this Ember+Flameblast idea that I have is going to even work. Like, I see everyone running it with Black Flame Covenant. I want to try and do a pure fire setup. 6 timeless. Oof, nice haul. Getting close to the reduced spirit duration as well, so if we get that ascend from Pokemon, we will be +3 to all minion on the spirit with the plus quality. Handy. Withering Avatar or a Fire Monk. Hey, why not? It'd be nice to find a league mechanic on this map, because I think getting a low level powered by Verisium wouldn't be bad either. It's always something good to have in the stash. I'll come back for it. I'll kill this boss.
I'll do as you ask, my lady. I'll bring you fire. Some best take care not to spill.
You can always 3-to-1 them if they're complete bricks. Or chaos span them. Where's this league mechanic? I'm guessing you're asking someone in chat, Kongli, because there's definitely no wise ones on this end of the camera. Well, the mechanic was right near the start, and I went all the way around it. Powered by Verusium, yes, this is the one I want low level.
There was a... Here we are. Stay in sight.
Yeah, so while we're back in town, what twink items have coming online? Still got a little bit before we can use the Reverie 2 levels. I think I will switch to that when we get to it. The Chaos Res is nice. More armor. A lot of recovery. When you get hit with things like Orb Lightning, good question. I would assume every individual hit is counted separately. That would be my guess, but it is a guess. In terms of whether you're the one casting it, I think every hit is separate. In terms of crit, one thing to look out for, I can show it here. There is a tag on certain skills. I know, for example, Entangle has it. Sustained. If a skill has this, as you can see by the wording on the on here, sustained skills cause a large number of hits over a period of time. They roll for critical hits independently each time they damage enemies. So in terms of the crit calculations, spells which are tagged with sustained will do separate calculations for hits every single time. An example of where that has changed is on Bone Storm. Bone Storm used to be sustained, but they dropped it in 0.5. So while Bone Storm is like 20 or 30 projectiles, they used to be calculated separately for crit hits. Now they all count as one big hit in terms of the crit calculation. Yo, Numbling, yeah, Twink maxing. Getting a Gemling up online. Actually, I wanted to check armor pieces. The Gore Girdle's still good. Helmet replacement wouldn't be bad. When do I get a helmet online? 80, that's ages. 43, I get this one. Which is actually pretty horrible. I may have to start picking up helmets. This one's okay, but that's 51. Is there any twink helmets? Not really. Really am lacking in knowledge. Yeah, dual crafting is all not that difficult. You just need the delirium liquids for it. Which I don't know how much they cost these days, but the crafting itself's pretty easy. The fact that you can chaos spam the prefixes without risking the suffixes after you remove the +1 is super handy. Well, it logic, like I'd imagine, I wouldn't be surprised if they change it so that that doesn't work in the future, because it is a very powerful crafting mechanic. But if you think of it logically, it makes sense. The way the Chaos Orbs work is they remove the modifier and then re-add one. So it can't possibly remove one of the suffixes, because if the +1 modifier is no longer on there, if it removes a suffix, then it quite literally has got no room to place the new modifier. Which is why it works that way. Because if you've got 3 suffixes and 2 prefixes, and the Chaos Orb removes the suffix and you've no longer got the +1 suffixes modifier on there, it quite literally, the Chaos Orb can't work because it's got no room to then put a new modifier in. So that's why if it tries to remove the suffix, it fails and you just keep spamming it and eventually it'll take off a prefix. Because if it takes off the prefix, then there's a prefix spare to re-add the new modifier. I'd imagine that's how it's coded and that's why the result is as it is. From a programmatic point of view, that's very easy to fix. They'll just programmatically change how a Chaos Orb works rather than removing a modifier as a separate independent step to re-adding it. They would probably do it at the same time. But then that maybe programmatically has its own challenges because Chaos Orbs also work in a fashion where you can technically remove a suffix and then it gets re-added. It's interesting. They can definitely fix it. Well, not fixing maybe is not the right word. Adjust it so it doesn't work that way. But yeah, it really doesn't... From the... Exactly as you put it, from the point of view of whether it's intended behavior or not, I doubt it. That's what they wanted it to work like. Yeah, I'd be surprised as well. The jewels are way too powerful, and that just makes it a lot easier to craft them. Like, I think people would have lot less argument for saying jewels are overpowered if they all of a sudden become a lot harder to craft, because that doesn't work the way it does. I need to keep an eye on global to see when Pokemon's ready for the 4th Ascend. I'm only using Raging Spirits at the moment for some temporary minions when I use Bone Storm for bosses. It was kind of like a just pick something for the 30 Spirit. I'm in Twink gear, I really don't need anything. I could be running around with just Spark, to be honest. Don't pay too much attention to what I'm doing at the moment because right now it's just twink maxing. Yeah, Gold Hands, like I was saying, from a programmatic point of view, it makes sense that it works that way. But I tend to agree with the opinion that Numling said, that it doesn't feel like a real intended interaction. It feels a little bit peculiar. But yeah, it exists in other places as well.
I wonder.
God, the cast time on Flame Wall is horrible. Ignite magnitude, recover life on kill, minion crit. Bit of a mixed bag there. Where is the... Probably in there, I'm guessing. Cold damage, spell damage, cast speed. The awkward thing with time loss is, especially for casters, you're typically using it in this slot. And realistically, more often than not, it's only really worth it if it's a really, really good one. Or more realistically, you really need the From Nothing conduit paired with it. Oh god, where's the relic placement? Maybe something there.
Would you look at that?
What did I clarify? Oh, sustained on orbs, yeah. Like I said, I don't know for a... I know, well, the sustained is obviously 100%, but in terms of the on hit in general, it's interesting because there's the separate topic of hit consideration and crit consideration. Crit is definitely based on that sustain tag or not. Hit, I'm not 100% certain on, but I'd imagine every single one is individually counted as a hit. Yeah, you ideally want to be using a time lost in a place where you're picking up nodes irrespectively, which is why this place is in particular strong for like cast on setups, because you'll typically get these two. This one's always very easy to get, so you've automatically got 3. You're normally doing either lightning or cold as well, so one of these is, you know, decent value. But more often than not, like I said, you're typically pairing it with the From Nothing, because this just hits such a sweet spot where you can get about 5 or 6 notables without any travel costs. And then you pick up this as well as these two, and you're just getting tremendous value from it.
Oh, this must be the forbidden part. Well, on I go.
Be right back. We're gonna just need a quick toilet break. Hopefully Pokemon doesn't do his 4th Ascend carry just as I go away. Alright, be right back. Yo, Scythe, what's up, mate? Level 40 until I can use that. 48. Damn. Alright, what about a bleeding one? Already using bleeding. Probably a freeze then. Yo, Atomic, how's it going, bud? Should update firewall as well. Yeah. Oh, selling what? Awesome, we'll get the send soon as well. And then we may just full send it in a couple of levels into the Ember Fuselage, which will be fun, because we're right near the cluster here. So, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 more points, plus the 40 from the quality. It should be able to get something functional, I'd imagine. I really should keep an eye out for some armor-based helmets as well. Not exactly sure, Gold Hands. I think it's decreased. I don't think it's less. So I think it's additive with the ones on the passive tree. But don't quote me on that. I am curious actually now that you mention it. Yeah, reduce, so it's the additive one. So it works nicely with the passive tree. Yeah, overabundance. And the, what is it, the compressed duration or whatever it is. Actually, no, not over. Is it overabundance? There's also, what is it, Swift Affliction, which has it as well, I believe. There's like 2 or 3 supports which you can use with it. Yeah, I'd imagine it should be relatively easy to get something online this early. Keeping an eye on chat so I don't miss that ascendancy. So I imagine some people may jump on that.
Cooked for sure. Ooh, that's rather warm.
I don't know if it's worth switching to Reverie. The Blair Bride, or whatever it's called, chest with a gore girdle actually synergizes quite. Black Braid.
This imp.
Oh, all right. I'll do it.
Yeah, Cloak of Flame Gore Girdle was absolutely insane on that Infernalist setup. And just in general. Honestly, the Cloak of Flame on the Gore Girdle proved to be so strong on the Infernalist in the testing that we did earlier that I swear I may actually do that for the 0.55 League start, irrespective of what I build around it. It makes getting resistances early a bit of a challenge without having the chest or belt accessible for resistances, but shit, that was so powerful. Yeah, I know. Ugh. Zoos. Bit more max life for the honor.
This better be worth it.
Actually, that helmet with the reduced physical damage reduction isn't too bad for twinking. Did we crash? No. Hey, Kipski. We are temporarily a Gemling man. The Infernalist refused to die, so we've jumped the gun and we've created the Gemling to have a little bit of fun trying Ember Fuselage with reduced skill duration. Pretty much. I think that should be safe, shouldn't it? I tried for 3 days to kill that Infernalist with the cast on setup, but the Morrigan's Insight with the Cloak of Flame, Gore Girdle, and all the defensive layers we put on it actually proved to be a hell of a lot tankier than I suspected it would. What the hell? He's not spawning.
This better be worth it.
Would you say your setup is safe? I don't want to make blanket statements, but I dare say it is. Okay, the game's lagged up again. Alright, alright. Well, for a start, compared to Sea Iron Ward, that setup which I was running the other day had 2,000 life. So you've basically got a massive chunk of life as well. Because CI Ward also has the challenge of having practically no stun or ailment threshold. So you need to pretty much solve for that as well. I don't know, both have their pros and cons. I love armor. I find it so much more satisfying and fun to work around than just stacking ES. But it obviously requires a little bit more investment. We...
I am.
Well, exactly. The Gold Girdle and the Cloak of Flame aren't super rare uniques. So if you use that combination, it's actually relatively easy. Not relatively easy. You really do need the armor applies to Ellie rolls quite strongly on the helmet, gloves, boots. Ideally, at least 2 of them. But it's not too hard to get online. Because with the conversions, obviously, you're converting most of your damage into the elementals, and you do need the chaos. Armor applies to chaos desecration on the helmet as well. The reduction to elemental resistances is kind of yuck on this, but everything else is... What does Wildwood Gifts give again? The additional physical damage reduction, although this caps it. No, we'll stick with the plus levels, do more damage. So now... we've got the quality. With intelligence. So even more plus levels. And we got this. Nice. So as soon as we get this cluster, 3 more points, we'll try and get Ember+Fuselage up and running. Which reminds me, I wanted to check, what is the level requirement on Snake Pit? 32. That's actually really good. So at level 32 we'll transition, because then I'll get plus chain from the Snake Pit.
These Maracatha give House Cato a run for its money.
Maybe. It should be easy. Just get an Orb of Storms with Unleash and Overabundance. It'll be easy to get the lightning infusions. And I've got a... The other reason I wanted to try this build now is I also managed to get a Dominus Grasp. So I just want to stack chain. I can't use this until level 65, obviously, but that's the plan. Just stack chain so that it clears really well. So it's kind of machine gun with a lot of chaining to create the AoE. We definitely need more lightning resistance. It's one thing I'd really do need to have a quick look at. Do I just drop this? Kind of do like that from a defensive point of view. What other options do I have in terms of lightning resistance? +1 levels. So where I had more stuff, I'm bloody so unorganized. There we go. There's the plus levels. Although I do kind of like this scepter. The gain chaos is probably outweighs. But I do have the lightning resistance on there as well. That's a maybe. Chernobog's another 65. Chernobog could be an interesting one at level 65. Doing fire damage, defensive option with more gain damage as fire. Bit of a interesting choice potentially. Do I have any topaz rings that I can use? There's that one. Throw an Alcorb at that one. Why does the level change when I use an Alcorb? That is so frustrating. Yeah, higher tier mods than SWS is so annoying. Ah, so it's the eye level of the item and then you get the modifier with the higher tier. Alright, makes sense. Yeah, good point. Call out, guys. I just want to solve my lightning resistance before I go further because we're going to need it for Jarmanra. Is this going to bump up the level as well? Probably. 48. Fuck, yep. Oh well. Do I have a roll somewhere else? I think we'll throw this on. And we'll put in some sockets and that's about it. Replace that fire one. $31. $45, that'll do. That will do. Yeah, exactly, Strange. Gold rim. Is that the helmet with the Ores or something like that? I don't think I've got one.
Gotta find a way up, I suppose.
The other option I had is there is that rune which gives you 20 Ores at the expense of lowering your max by 10. Which I may throw in a little bit later. Yeah, Prism, I think it is. What is Gold Rim exactly? I have heard people mentioning it a few times. 25 Ores, yeah. I think I'm just going to use the Prism rune. Nah, I've definitely got them. I just didn't use it earlier because it has a level requirement. But I'll just throw it on one of the... I've got a spare black braid, so I'll leave one as... to use from level 1 onwards, and then one with the prism.
The signature's burials in the sky. I don't know. Oh well, I'll try to trace the next signature.
So I need to find the letter here for the 2 more points. Geez, the +2 levels from the Ascendancy definitely feel the DPS. What's funny about this combination from a Twink point of view, this gives you 100 to 150 armor applies to Ellie, and then this doubles it. So it's just absolutely insane. Yeah, it's so nuts. I do need to get some better armor. An armor helm and boots to actually have some armor to scale that properly. Although eventually we'll be moving over to the Cloak of Flames. There we go, there's the letter.
Tell Shambling the bad news.
So level 32 we said, we should hit that before Jarmanra, and we'll just full send it on Ember Fuselage. That's what I'm about. I'm kind of am using it quite a lot, aren't I? It's funny because the tech, like that combination of the Cloak of Flames of the Gore Girdle has existed like since forever. And it's something that's just kind of people, I think, have kind of just forgotten about, or just it's just not that popular, but it's actually stupidly strong, especially on the Infernalist. Like, on the Infernalist, you can almost convert away... Look, if you got an overrolled Cloak of Flame with about 60%, I think it goes up to 61, plus the 20 on the Ascendancy, you can then also get this point here, Molten Being, as well as, I think there's one somewhere around here. Catalyst, or Catalyst, or however you pronounce it. That's what, 90%. converted. It's pretty crazy. Forgot I'm going to get 10% lightning resistance at spires as well. This should put us in a pretty damn comfortable spot.
Never been so high. Precarious job, this one.
No rip. Infernalist was stubborn, didn't want to die, so we've just proactively created the Gemling for a little bit of fun. Do something different. The Infernalist is still alive and kicking. Yo, Peroni, how's it going, mate? I want to muck around and try and get a pure fire set up with Ember Fuselage with reduced skill duration, stacking chaining with Snake Pit and the Dominus Grasp for map clear, and using Flameblast with the magnitude scaling for ignites on single target. Whether it'll work or not, who knows, but we're going to give it a crack, have a bit of fun with it. Worst case scenario, it ends up being shit, then I explore different ideas, or I just go back to the Infernalist. Yeah, everyone seems to... I know Flame Blast has gotten super popular, but everyone's running it with EDC as a chaos setup. I kind of want to... Fire spells have always been super painful, and I'd like to see if I can get something remotely viable with just pure fire. We'll see how we go. Bit of an experiment at the end of the day. I kind of want to go up through this cluster here and do the self-immolation with Molten Carapace combined with the Flame Keeper, so I get 100% ignite immunity while always running around self-ignited from the self-immolation and getting all the benefits of this node. 50% increased fire damage, 50% increased armor. Like, this is massive value for a pure fire setup. At least that's a theory. Whether it actually will work in practice, we'll see. The nice thing with fire, at least, is we do have the fire penetration support, which just completely ignores enemy resistances. We also, if it does look like it's viable and strong, I can always grab the Rakiatas off my Infernalist. So, in theory, it sounds like it may have potential. Whether it will in practice, we'll see. But yeah, exactly, Blizz. The idea is to try and get Flame Blast and a fire setup working without using and relying on Black Flame. Because that's kind of been done and dusted. You know, I know that build works. I believe even Miso's running it right now. I don't want to do something that other people have already kind of done and proven. It's about trying something a little bit different. And the main thing is I've always wanted to play around with Ember Fuselage, but it's always been a little bit awkward getting it working on the Infernalist. I think I put in a half-hearted effort in 0.4, and it kind of felt a little bit off. So we're going to try it on the Gemling with the alt quality. How's your push going, Prony? Are you still like in the top 5? Number 3. Oof. Shit, you've taken a big leap. Are you chasing Apple? Like, are you having a crack at the first martyr, or is he too far ahead? Yeah, that grind from 99 to 100 is brutal. The quality on Ember has 40%. At 20% quality, it is 40% reduce skill effect duration, which is massive. Well, shit, the THC this league has been brutal. There's been so many rips. Actually, I shouldn't have spec'd into the reduce duration until I actually swap over to it. Actually, shit, there was a little path there. Geez, the XP in this place isn't too bad, actually. I don't think people give evasion deflection enough credit for keeping you alive over only high ES pool with no other mitigation layers. Yeah. As I've mentioned it a few times, I'm obviously super biased, but I will always argue that at high investment levels, armor is the superior defense, simply because the amount of mitigation that you can achieve, which then corresponds to much more effective forms of sustain and safer forms of sustain. I would always argue that it wins out over. But then again, I'm not a hardcore expert, so look, if ES stacking is the direction people take, then there's probably some validity to it. You know, there's no disputing it, but ES, that like, what's the convalescence can only do so much, and it's on a cooldown. Whereas on armor, if I take a big chunk of damage, I can literally hit my life flask once, and I'm back to full, you know. And I can use that life flask like how many times? And yeah, exactly the point you're just making. EV protects you against the shotguns. You have 20 projectiles firing at you. Shit, if you avoid exactly 80% of them or something like that, well, it's massive. The only thing I've always kind of disliked about evasion, and it's similar to block chance, is it feels awesome in high density, smaller hit, shotgun type scenarios. Where it falls over is the big, massive slam. If you fail that roll, you're taking a massive chunk of damage with very little mitigation. I do not know much about melee weapons atomics, so I have no idea, to be honest. But that is a lot of lightning damage, that's for sure. It's a shit ton of lightning damage. Yeah, Cypher, exactly. There's no arguing that for 99%. The only thing, like I said, that feels a little bit yuck to me is like, yeah, in 99% of the scenarios, it feels fantastic. But when you're getting hit 10,000 times over a, couple of hours gaming session, all it takes is for one of those to get through and you don't have mitigation against that big slam and you're dead. Deflection has helped a lot. And then you obviously stack, that's why you also stack ES on top of that evasion. That's why I'd imagine you guys do that. I don't know. Ultimately, every form of defense has its pros and cons. Like I said, one of the big cons of armor is it requires a shit ton of investment to feel good. Takes up a lot of suffixes as well. For the armor applies to Ellie rolls. You then need the armor applies to chaos as well on the helmet. It's really, really tight on gear requirements.
Right. Here, have this useful. Do not wander.
Actually, that's regen. No, whiffed. Actually, I should be checking flasks as well. $5.13. What do I put these points in? Still need 2 more levels before I'd make the switch, because that's when I can use the snake pit. Probably use that one. Actually, or maybe that one. Actually, no, can't use this, because this removed the chain roll. It's one of these two. Or do I just make the switch now? YOLO it. Kind of want the +1 chain from the snake bit before I do it. Otherwise the map clear is going to feel horrible. I'll finish Act 2 with this setup, and then we'll pivot across. I'll put these points somewhere else for now. Is there any damage nodes anywhere around here? Projectile damage. Yeah, look, we'll put it into there for now. And a bit of armor. Yeah, exactly, Atomic. That is the downside of armor. It's just very tight.
The Ferryden.
Been a while since
We know.
Runic Ward helped a lot. Like, I had a lot of success with adding in Runic Ward on top of armor stacking this season. That feels really good if you get the right setups. I cannot stress enough how overpowered the Orof's Life Flask is if you get a bit of Runic Ward along with armor. You can literally get 2,000 plus guard on demand every 2 seconds or so in high density. You're practically immortal. I've got videos of a cast on setup with that tech in place where I'm literally not moving, sitting in the middle of grand expeditions, just eating all the ground effects and not taking any damage because I've just got guard refreshed every second or two. Yeah, Twist, that's why Runic Ward kind of comes in. You have to kind of weave a bit of Runic Ward in. I dare say armor purely with life is a little bit lackluster. But the Runic Ward editions in 0.5 give quite a lot of options on how to enhance it. Does anyone know if there's any other sources or ways to access more plus the chain? I know there's the support, which gives +1. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's +1 on the snake pit. And then at level 65, I can use the Dominus Grasp as well, which doubles it. Is there any other sources of increasing chain? I just want crazy amounts of chain, especially coupled with the Dominus Grasp later on. There's a passive. That's lightning skills though. From terrain, that's not really what I want. Yeah, not really. Branching bolts. Yeah, that's lightning skills though. Ember+Flameblast is a fire skill. Gold hands, look, snake pit might not be required. Like I said, take anything I say in relation to this build with a massive grain of salt because I'm going in half blind. I just had a very loose idea and I'm just going to try and have some fun with it and see what I can do. I don't know too much about Ember+Flameblast and the different tech around it. So you could be right, the snake pit may not be needed at all. I'll have to experiment with it. Yeah. No, that's cool. I like floating around ideas. I appreciate it, the call outs. One more level. Pretty much the bulk of my experience with Snake Pit has always been using it in the left slot for Frostbolt. Hopefully I have enough defense for this, because I kind of haven't really upgraded my gear in a while. 1k life though, it should be enough, yeah. 50 lightning. Not a big amount of armor, but a reasonable amount. Yeah, Dominus Grasp was the main one. I was aware of that. So I made sure I got that before I switched over. What? Thought I wide phased him, oh well. What's he doing? Oh, there we go.
This is not over. Not yet.
Alrighty, on to Act 3. And one more level and we'll try out the Ember+Flameblast switch, which would be exciting. Pity we can't use the Dominus until 65, but with the chain support, the built-in chain, get some lightning infusions going. That was a good call out, whoever it was earlier, in terms of the lightning infusions as well. We'll have a few things to play around with. One thing I didn't manage to get was the Scion's Temper, which I know works well as well. I can obviously just use the standard wild shards.
To know who I'm working for.
You're right. I am the beast.
Sorry, mate. That went right over my head.
Yeah, if you've got a spare one that you're not using, I'm happy to throw something your way in exchange for it, mate. That would be great.
Yes, until then.
The beast.
Let me check my stash if I've got something a little bit more defensively orientated for this helmet and boot slot. No worries, thank you for checking. It's not the most common, it's a relatively rare world drop, I believe, so... I could have sworn I had more twink leveling pieces. Got this for level 43, which isn't fantastic, but it's at least a chunk of armor. Cloak of Flames comes online at 38. This at least has an armor applies to early roll on it. Do I have gloves ready to go somewhere? 45 with armor applies to early. Okay, so we got that at 45. Yeah, we'll have to get rid of these two pretty soon, I think. These are all... Oh, this one's... Actually, this is really quite a bit more promising. Craft that up. Yeah, I'm going to have to be mindful of the defenses. Resistances. I did talk about the Black Braid, didn't I? What level is that prism socketable? One of these ones, I believe. 15. I just need cold. I'll be alright for now.
Back to walking, I suppose. Oh, I'm getting swarmed
G'day, Cal. How's it going, mate? I refuse to use crossbows, even on a mercenary. He actually joined at an interesting time. In about half a level, I'm going to try and get Ember+Flameblast online.
Never ends. I hate living trees.
Just rerolled. The Infernalist refused to die, so I jumped the gun and just made a new character. I can always, at least the nice positive of that is if I do need to farm up something specific that's a bit harder to get, I can always jump on the Infernalist and get it. Yeah, JD, especially with Twink gear, it's been really painless. Cal, you'll appreciate I'll use the black braid. You always rave about this chest piece. Black braid and gore girdle together is just so ridiculously overpowered. It's like, here you go, have 150% armor applies to Ellie, and now let's double it with the gore girdle. It's fucking ridiculous. Well, the mercenary area does have the projectile nodes, which make Spark somewhat viable. It's the pathing after this, which becomes a little bit clunky going this way.
Lucky me.
But yeah, this armor, and the fact that you can use it from level 1, it's only 15 at the moment because I put in the prism, but I've got a spare one as well. You can just slap it in at level 1. It's so overpowered.
What kind of stuff?
A fellow.
Hello there.
She's awfully upbeat.
Actually, I forgot whether you can... What does this do? Bumps up the level requirement a bit too high. Holy shit, it levels it up. Ooh, that is chunky. That's one chunky armor. I prefer to keep it as a leveling piece, though.
You're not all tribe. Anything catch my tribe could use that. Be wary.
I'll take any help.
Should start having a look at Oswald for some helm and boot upgrades. Hybrid. Yeah, I'll get 32. Yeah, Black Braid. Cal got me onto it, pointed it out when we were having 0.5 League starter prep discussion in his Discords months back. Absolutely insane twink armor. I'm going to come back and do the monkey later, because as much as I'm in twink gear, I don't have a lot of physical damage reduction. So I'm going to chicken out.
Something to, if you see back to it.
32. Time to switch. We'll get the waypoint for the next area and we'll switch over to Ember+Flameblast and see how that feels. Alright, let's get Ember+Flameblast up and running. Run waypoint first. There we go.
I would never fight in the jungle again, damn it.
So the first thing we do, we'll get those points back.
Got a different idea.
That's a decent one. We'll get these. Reduce skill. So we got that. What are we up to? Skill gem level 9, I think it is. Yep. And with quality, isn't the alt quality meant to give reduced duration? Am I tripping out? Is there like a level requirement on it or something? Zero 0.2, yeah, well, it's definitely... Oh, there we go. Now it's popped up. Thank you. I was freaking out there for a second. It's like, I've based this whole idea on this alt quality, and I'm not seeing it. It's like, what the hell's going on? Alright, so we need to get our cast time down as well to be as close to this hover duration as possible. 0.2. We can reduce that even further with supports. We're just going to full send it, use a perfect on it as well. Do I throw a cheeky corruption at this and just YOLO it? Do we have a couple of spare jewelers? Gamba? We always gamba, don't we? Reduce the quality. That's a brick. We'll have 2 more attempts at it. Why not? Why did you do that? Why not? Actually, I won't make the next one. We'll do them one by one. Wise man once told me that in hardcore, your currency does nothing for you in your stash, so I'm using it. Reduce the sockets. Oh my god, this is not looking good. YOLO. Oh my god. Okay, nah. Can't do any more. All three of them just rip bozoed. Need to sell them. They're yuck.
We've been classing with the Orak tribe for Anything
Pretty sure
else?
it's always you, Numbling.
I'll take it.
It was worth a crack. Getting more quality or a +1 would have been massive, but oh well. Yeah, I'm gonna save that one. Unfortunate, but that's okay. Level 16 with all the +7 from global, jeez. Okay, so supports. We want chain, that's for sure. How many times does it chain by default? It tells me in the thing, doesn't it, somewhere? Or does it only chain with the lightning infusion? Chains 4 times with the beam. Okay, so when it's lightning infused, it's pretty OP. No, play immediately, exactly. Well, the very first thing I definitely want is wild shards. That's non-negotiable. Definitely want rapid casting 2 as well. Gonna actually have to find some sources of more cast speed as well. I'm gonna get the snake pit. May as well use this one. It's a bit more cast speed as well. What are we down to? 3.8. It'd be nice to get that as close as possible. Is there any cast speed which we can beeline for here? Probably the skill speed nodes here would be worth picking up. Maybe I should have pathed through there, but that's some defenses there for now. We'll go through here. We're going to make our way here anyway. Then eventually we'll make our way up here and maybe pick up this circle of cast speed. Oh, we got options. What was I looking at? Does it show me chaining? No, chain count 1. What do people typically run in Ember Fuselage? Does anyone know? Chain 1 or chain 2? Because the 50% less hit damage seems pretty brutal. No, it's only another 20% over there. Compressed duration isn't giving us anything because our cast speed's faster than... So the hover duration's less than our cast speed at the moment, so I don't think I need just lightning infuse. Okay, maybe I won't run a chain support. I'll see how it feels for now. Can you do Nova projectiles with wild shards? Let's find out. You can, okay, interesting. We need Orb of Storms as well. I'll do level 8 for now. Need Orb of Storms for the lightning infusions. Do I have any, like, supports already lying around here somewhere? Oh, there was this one as well. Right, no. Remove the plus chain. Mana Tempest is potentially worth looking into as well. Okay, no other supports. Orb of Storms, we want Unleash with Overabundance. I need a level 4 for that. What about Unleash? What else in the Orb of Storms? We just want it for the lightning infusions, so probably just quality of life, some cast speed to put it down quicker. So what you want, from my understanding with Ember+Flameblast, is to have your cast speed as close as possible to the hover duration. So to reduce skill duration lowers the hover duration. You want to get this as low as possible. But it's no point having this ridiculously low. So I could put in things like compressed duration and lower this even further. But if I'm not casting anywhere near this, it's kind of wasted from my understanding. Although, when it does the Nova, I guess it still releases it quicker, doesn't it? So maybe it is worth throwing that in. How much does that reduce to 0.14? And then I think we just do something DPS related. We'll give that a test run. Not sure how Nova Projectiles works with this. Oh, look, we'll give it a go. Not sure if Nova Projectiles is the play, but we'll see how it looks. I don't think Nova Projectiles does anything, does it? Yeah, Nova Projectiles isn't doing anything. So what else can we put in its place? Is this something? I think I'm just going to put in the Zenith. Reduce the cost of it while giving a damage boost. Didn't know about that ring. I was using Snake Pit. That's lightning skills again. I'm using Snake Pit for the +1 chain here. Yeah, not using Spark anymore. We've switched to Ember Fuselage, and we're going to see how that feels. Shit, one thing I forgot to do in Act 2 is the bloody Remnant quest, so I'll quickly go back and do that. I got the waypoint, didn't I? For Barons before I bounced. Always forget to do this in Act 2. Yeah, need to go there. Rune Seeker. So we're getting the +1 chain from the Snake Pit. We can get it with another support, and then we get the Dominus Grasp at 65. We'll see how it just feels with the Snake Pit for now. All good, Atomic. Appreciate the ideas. I imagine initially it's going to feel a little bit clunkier than the Spark, but we're going to persist with it. This is super low level stuff, guys, so don't get too excited. The Wild Shards is nice though when that procs. Ooh, someone got something nice. I do have to remember I have to kind of roughly point this in the right direction at least. Got used to Spark, just YOLO spamming it.
Well, none of this is Marraketh. Oh, look here. This time, I'd say we shouldn't linger too long here.
Don't think there's any more role-playing dialogue, is there? No, cool. Let's continue on. I'll set up Flameblast probably a little bit later. I'll persist with Bone Storm for now, simply because of just how good it is. I'll do the Monkey a little bit later. And we'll have to do Venom Crypts a little bit later as well.
There, another beacon.
Feeling pretty good. Which idol is it that adds quality on chest? Is it Rabbit?
One down. Who's next?
Does anyone remember offhand? Fox. I'll have to see if I've got one of those, because that's another idea. Once I do go to the Cloak of Flame, get the extra quality from that as well. Actually feeling really nice at the moment. Procking Raging Spirits as well. I may actually bump up the level of Raging Spirits. Actually, probably not worth it. I'll get the Spirit in a couple of minutes from this act, and then I'll probably do something a little bit more defensive, like probably chuck Enfeeble on the Blasphemy. Which will synergize better with our armor. Start picking up some fire damage as well. Is there anything else in Infested Barrens that I need to worry about? They've moved the Azak Bog now to the waterways. Toxic Bloom. Yeah, not really.
Knew it.
Yeah, you can get the very large through the delirium liquid. Yeah. Yeah. Can't remember which one it was. I think it was one of the... Can't remember which one it is that does the radius.
All beacons making progress. Halfway up.
Pick up the waypoint. Obviously got some twinking out the absolute hell out of this, but the Ember Fuselage is feeling pretty nice at the moment. What happened, Atomic? It's nice when you don't need to worry about the flask. Oh, damn, someone got... Oh no, I thought that was Oros. Got excited, and I was like, eh.
What's this then?
Anything else here from what I remember? No, is there? $800 and 180. Yeah, that's brutal. That's one thing actually that's going to be interesting on this Gemling is I'm so used to relying on Pyro Patch for just solving all my mana issues. I'm actually going to have to deal with mana properly for once.
This mechanism.
Oh, goodness!
Of course.
No stone unturned.
Actually, I should have gone around this way. The penetration doesn't give me anything.
Your job's long over me, old mate. Take a rest.
Really should get Pounce. Give me 1 second. Just make sure I pause first. Did a bit of a snack.
Ooh, ominous.
This is the
Miss
largest
Valai will know what this is
soul core
about.
I've ever seen.
Need to start looking into get some chaos resistance soon as well.
This needs a soul core that's a bit bigger.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling very nice. Obviously, the twink gear helps a lot, but just from a clear perspective, the extra little bit of chain, and when I put down the orb of storms, it definitely then feels really, really solid. You know what? I may use this on one of my spare life sprigs. Also fix up this one point. Go this way.
Yes? Anything catch your eye? I like it. Don't drink the water.
What's the other thing I was thinking of looking at? I could still craft this up a little bit, actually. Is there any focuses in here?
Anything catch your eye? Be wary.
Spell damage, not bad. Not offhand, Braggy. I only had the one idea that I'm doing now. But pretty much there's so many cool alt qualities on various skills. Just look through the list. This page is helpful. If you bring this up, it'll show you all the different alt qualities, so you can have a look at what's interesting. Yeah, exactly, Rosen.
Locked up tight. Not even the guts to crack it.
Got increased fire damage, beauty. Exactly what we wanted. Well, that was a nice little craft. Plus spell damage and plus fire damage. Short on cold resistance as well. Level 30. I'll just be right back quickly. Toilet. Oh shit, there's someone just died. Oh damn. Original reason I went back to town was for this corruption altar. You get one of the life sprigs. Where were they? In here, I think. +3, +3, +3. This is a nice one. Don't need a quality up mana drain, so we just need the socket. Let's see if we have any luck.
Oh, ominous. The foul must have been crazy.
Life per enemy killed. Not the worst. Should probably corrupt the other ones as well. Maybe make one with some higher level runes in it as a stepping stone. Because I've kept low level runes in this one. So I could use it at level 1. But we can also try these. Could also potentially try and roll one of these up as well. But we'll save our divines. Both did nothing. Oh well. Maybe I will try. Oh god, I'm wasting divines here when I don't have many. Okay, no, this is being that was costly. That was a waste of 6 divines. How much is the +1 rune in terms of level requirement? $50. Yeah, oh well. That was a bit of a waste of currency. Oh well. Oh well.
Oh, ominous. Miss Verlyle will know what this is
Can't
about.
find the cause for the contraptions. Pretty much cleared out this whole half and couldn't find a core. Wow. Okay. There's one. Right next to each other, alright.
Yay. Oh. Is it supposed to spark?
Actually, I got the checkpoint, don't I?
We're getting somewhere now.
Soul is charged. Oh dear. Now is
Actually, it's quicker this way, isn't it?
Should ask Miss Verlyle at long last.
We'll grab it for the spirit gem, why not?
One down. Who's next? The first of many, no doubt. There's another. Yeah, let's go with four. Boy, that man looks a bit like bugger.
There's a signature
I'm
here.
in their home turf now.
Nice and close. Handy.
Nice spotting. Good. But I'm still picking up one more in the region. Keep going.
Elemental Equilibrium might be the play for getting more lightning infusions as well. For Ember Fuselage with Siphon Elements.
want your damn dark power. But I'll sure as hell use it against you. Taking children. Rather awful stick.
You have
I'd have done it either way. Some things just can't be abided.
still alive. Anything catch your eye? Keep your eyes sharp.
You will get blasphemy with enfeeble. Defensive option. Probably get rid of spark now. Oh, congrats, Darry. Is that in THC? Which one's the owl again? What are the alt qualities? Reduce mana cost. Interesting. Increase magnitudes. Okay, they're both worth qualitying the hell up, aren't they? Shit, I shouldn't have wasted all of those gem cutters on them so much earlier. Oh well. Magnified area 2. First. God, I swear I had... There we go. What else can go in there? I don't think there's anything else for the blasphemy. Don't have the spirit for hide and curse. Or do we? Don't think we do. 60 with 40% more would be 84. Move over here. Max ES, blue tornadoes, really like energy shield damage and some cold damage. Yeah, not bad, not bad. One more level and we can use pivot to Cloak of Flames as well. Should be interesting. Oh. I have to say though, the Ember fuselage is feeling nice. Especially when the wild shards proc. Numbling? No idea. No idea. It's definitely quite exaggerated at the moment. We've got the four ascendancies. We've got perfect jewelers on the fuselage. So yeah, it's definitely twinked the hell out at the moment.
There we go. That ought to do it.
You'd get your second ascendancy relatively soon
You'd think they'd have made some sort of elevator.
if you're doing it normally with the Chaos Temple.
Broken statues. Beyond this.
You'd have a... You'd only have the lesser jeweler's orb at this point, so you'd be missing 2 of the sockets. Yeah, it would probably make quite a difference. Yeah, hard to say how viable it'll be.
They weren't pulling my leg. There's a whole damn city down here.
You know what, I want to quickly check that some of those armor pieces that I had my eye on. Because the defenses are probably going to start to drop off a little bit soon. There is only one Infernalist Ascendancy node which is currently useless, and that is the one after Pyro Pact, the percentage of your infernal flame to trigger Archon. That node is, I don't think anyone uses it. It's shit. But considering everything else has its uses, I think Infernalist arguably has probably more usable nodes than almost any other Ascendancy. Hellhound is good for getting quick and early access to 10% damage reduction through Loyalty and Last Gasp, so it has its uses. Even in endgame, you can run it for the companion damage reduction. Pyro Pact has so many applications and is a very great way of solving your mana issues in a lot of builds. Grinning Immolation is almost used in every single caster build of the Infernalist because 50% damage increase is just ridiculous. It's probably one of the highest damage boost ascendancies in the game. You've got Altered Flesh, which even in a non-armor based setup is effectively 15% physical damage reduction if you've got 75% capped fire res. In armor, it not only has that, but it also increases the effect of your armor tremendously due to converting bigger hits into smaller ones and hence making your armor more effective. The conversions then have two uses. The conversions can be quite handy in getting more spirit for minion builds or for any build in general. They can also be used in conjunction with Coward's Legacy to unlock low life, although low life now can be unlocked with its series communion as well, but those conversions are a much earlier and cheaper way of unlocking low life. And then there's other ways to use those conversions in like mana stacking. There's probably the two primary ways of using the conversions, either for more spirit or for more mana. So yeah, everything, and Bringer of Flame. Ignites are pretty horrible at the moment, so you very rarely use that purely for ignites, but it has very strong applications in getting Cast on Elemental Ailment builds online. And Cast on Elemental Ailment is very arguably a lot better than Cast on Crit. It can generate a lot more energy, and it doesn't have a 20% damage, less damage downside for the socketed skills. So, lot of good stuff in the Infernalist. So the only one useless one is the one after Pyro Pact for the Archon activation.
Be warned, friend. They're Queen Witch. Some odds and ends we found in it. Don't eat anything colorful.
Is it called Saving Body, the Archon one? If so, it's completely useless. I don't think I've ever seen anyone using it. Especially when Arbiter's Ignition lineage support exists. Which is such an easier way when you got Bringer of Flame to activate your Archon. Okay, I want to get some Chaos Resistance. What we got here? Lightning. Chaos. That's a potential. No, but it'd be worth a slam because it's got a good life on it. There's also that at level 52. 43 until we get that. This is respectable as well. Oh, I've only got one Essence of Ruin. I'm not going to waste it on... If I take this off, what do I really lack? I'm going to get a whole bunch of fire res from Cloak of Flame. In one level, 49, and there's some chaos res on that as well. So what else is short? Cold. Alright. Essences. What item level is this going to bump up to? I guess we'll find out. 48. Shit. At least we'll have that ready to go. And we'll craft up the rest of it afterwards. That's a potential as well. Alright, gotta be careful of the water hags on this map. So glad I don't have to do Molten Vault again. Yo, Shu, what's up, bud? Oh, I need some chaos resistance. It's the first time I felt like something hit me pretty hard. And of course, it's chaos damage. I think it's just with the Audience of the King, but I have to admit, Ritual is the one mechanic I really have not played around with much in 0.5. Hey, Gayfit. Yeah, Ember+Flameblast with the twin gear is definitely proving quite nice. It's been very smooth so far. I think I'm going to put on the Cloak of Flame now. I'm going to risk it. You gotta risk it for the biscuit. As nice as this is, I'm gonna put that on. Got the chaos resistance implicit on it as well. Gotta wait till 48 till we can use this. What are we short on lightning? Way over on fire. $52 until I get that. If do I have any other prismatics that are accessible? Fire or res, that's a maybe. That's a maybe. It's a maybe. They're usable at least anyway. Could just do Alk slams on these blue ones. Cold. So he's got one resistance on it. Fire and chaos and life. This is a nice one. But we're so far over on fire, aren't we? Oh no. Now that we took that off. And an open suffix which I could desecrate. I think that will be the play there. We still got this potentially later. I think this will go back. This is reasonable as well. Okay, so let's do this a little bit further up. We still got the sockets free as well. Let's see if we can get the hybrid. This desecration isn't gonna increase the level, is it? What is the level of the hybrid? Roll. Is there an eye level on it? Which one is this? The Amunamu. 65. Okay, I can't use that. We'll have to save the desecration for later. We'll keep that. There's nothing else we need. Oh, we don't need really. We'll save that for later. Okay. Lightning and cold. Just do that for now. Keep it pretty straightforward. It's good enough. Got a little bit of chaos now as well. No. 48. No. Don't need really... Oh, may as well hold on to that. What else would I alternatively use in there? Nah, that's good enough. Resistances are looking okay. We've got 20 chaos res we've added, which is pretty nice. Armor is super low. Like, ridiculously low. So we definitely need to look to replace the helm, gloves, and so forth very, very soon. See how that feels, though. This was Runeforge, wasn't it? Yep. A lot of red mushrooms. Start picking up these armor pieces because I think I'm going to have to start crafting a couple. Future wifey. Tasty. Should put Living Lightning actually on the Ember Fuselage to help out with the impales. Oh, what can I replace that with? What do we got? Actually, I could put in Living Lightning on Orb of Storms. Probably in place of that for now. The MTX for the Cloak of Flames is really cool. That reminds me, is there any cosmetics for...
Hope I can get that back once we're done with this door.
Yeah, I don't have enough. Don't have enough. Can't use this though.
It's a bit warm in here. Oh, shite, that's hot. Get kicked. Another notch on me helmet.
Man, all the storms cost a lot of mana, doesn't it? 100. Of course, it's the last corner. Hey, Imperio. So, you do it by reducing skill effect duration. There's 2 places on the passive tree which you can do it. There's this cluster here, which has got reduced skill effect duration, as well as there being one up here. But ultimately, the reason it's being so effective on this character, this is a Gemling. And with the additional effects from quality from the Gemling Ascendancy, we've got, with 20 plus 6, 26% quality, we've got 52% reduced skill effect duration. And what that does, in combination with a few of the points in the passive tree, is it reduces this hover duration. This is what you want to reduce. So you can see here the base is 1.3. So the alt quality effect here, 52. We've got a bit here, 32 more here. And then we've also used compressed duration, which is another 35% less. And we've reduced that 1.3 hover duration to 0.14, which is less than our cast time, which means the moment we cast one of those embers, the hover duration is much shorter than the cast time, and after 0.14 seconds, it fires pretty much close to instantly. And it's shorter than the cast time, so I can quite simply hold down the button, and you can see it's just firing them. Hey, Shu, thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Much appreciated. Or as Robert does it, you know, the whole fist bump thing. I don't know, I need to come up with something for thanking people for subs. Much appreciated, Shu. Legend, mate. Another good ascendancy for Ember Fuselage is the Titan, because of its 50% increase effect of small nodes. Another good item for it is the Palm of the Dreamer with the reduced skill effect duration roll as well. Yeah, Gemling is extremely strong. Gold Hand, it comes down to playstyle. So, yeah, there's probably ways of stacking them and making use of the effect that you just talked about. But for me, from a playstyle point of view, I kind of like moving around quicker, just tapping my left mouse button and it just fires them off. It's especially nice when the Wild Shards triggers and it just fires the 8 as quick as possible. But you're not wrong. There probably is a world where you want to make use of that effect that you talked about. Yeah, chance for extra proj is something that I should probably keep an eye out for as well. I do know there's the rune for it, which I may have to check what the level requirement on it is, because I may be able to just throw that in even right now. So, leveling up the Gemling, this is a bit of a unique scenario because I've got Twink gear, put it up using Twink gear and going through caster setup, just getting the projectile damage nodes and then just moving up here to get this as quick as possible. Probably realistically in a league start scenario, you'd probably go grenades until Act 3, 4-ish, and then you'd pivot to something like this. I'm not sure how this would feel doing it without Twink gear, so I can't really comment. I don't have any experience from doing it from a fresh start.
Your flesh. He's lost it.
But yeah, Goldan, I do need to have a look at potentially the extra projectiles.
Never ceases to amaze me. Hello. These runes. I can make out symbols for blood and
In terms of the passive tree, the place where I know you get them on the passive tree is probably a little bit too far out of the way, but there's definitely runes and other ways of getting plus projectiles. I believe there's some desecrations somewhere as well for it. No problem, Imperio. Happy to help.
we're back in the encampment? I can't believe it. We were right on top of this device the entire time.
So,
Oh, gateway.
watch your step.
Oh god, I should have
Things are
dropped
worth holding
these.
on to.
Is there any way of dropping these without having to go back into the zone? Pick up the weight. Actually, I'm gonna...
Living Var? In the flesh? Hello! My name is Alva
Actually, I'll quickly zone into this. I'll get rid of the mushrooms later.
I think we pose a
Yeah, the quest items is annoying. It's the same with this as well. In terms of wild shards versus multi-shot, multi-shot has a reduced hit downside though, doesn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong.
There they are. I was hoping to avoid conflict.
Alright, I got the waypoint now. Now I'll go get rid of those bloody quest items. Yeah, that's why I would choose wild shards over multi-shot. Obviously, multi-shot may be more consistent. You'd have to probably POB it to find out the exact calculation for what's ultimately better. But yeah, that 20% downside makes me feel that wild shards would be better. What is it? Apex of Filth, where they're at, isn't it? Come on, load screen. You can do it. I think your Twitch freaked out. I was just talking about wild shards versus multi-shot and saying that with the 20% downside on multi-shot, I dare say wild shards is better. Although ultimately you'd have to probably use Path of Building to figure out the exact math of it all. One more level before I can use that. And that. Tevakai campaign time for you, Shu? If so, good luck, good luck. Yeah, it's a good point. It may be worth experimenting with and see how it feels. Oh, I can't be bothered picking up all of those. I've got enough gold. Oh, is there a cast speed penalty as well? Thought it was just a damage penalty.
This thing's still beating.
If there's a cast speed penalty as well, I'm not a big fan of that, to be honest. Cast speed and yeah, nah, no thanks. Just from a pure quality of life perspective, any cast speed downsides are a bit of a pain in the ass. But that's personal playstyle for me.
Who's
Oh god, Viper. Let's check if there's anything I can do to buff up my defenses before we attempt this. Yeah, I'm definitely going to keep an eye on it for later. And I'll definitely have to play test it, because that's ultimately the best way to tell, is just to simply play test it and see what feels better.
You know not what. Hey there. Bye-bye.
What was I thinking? God, if I could just change that helmet around. As much as the plus level is nice, there's no defenses from this whatsoever. $51. This is chaos damage. This one's definitely better. Cast speed as well. All physical. Grim Pillars. Fire, cold, life. Damn, this one's alright as well, but I need Chaos Res primarily. Actually, let me experiment with both of these, how both of these feel. That's a nope. Nah, I need the Chaos Res, especially the Coca Flame. Oh shit, this is a decent one. That's actually quite nice. Yeah, we'll use that. We'll hold on to this. That's a decent one as well. Damn. Helmets is what I needed really, and armor and boots. 65, 45, 54. Bloody hell. Really need to organize all of these tabs as well a little bit better. Are there any more defensive helmets? Chaos Res. Cannot have energy shield. Regen. It's probably more defensive than this and gives me some chaos resistance. Decent amount of armor. Probably throw this on for now. got this at 43 as well. Can I rune forge that? Hey, Pretense. Yeah, feeling actually super. Obviously, I'm twinked up like hell, but Ember Fuselage from a playstyle point of view is a lot of fun thus far. Oh, God. I fucking... Son of a bitch. Really should pay attention to shit. God, that would have been so nice as well, and I just bricked it. Ay, ay, ay. I am idiota. Good God, we're just going to take some armor. Gonna have to wait till level 43, 45. Can't believe I just fucking rune forged that Demon Stitcher and bumped up the level requirement by 20. Actually, would have been a pretty decent defensive helm. Especially the Chaos Res for this boss. Oh well. Oh well. I always get nervous with Viper, because Viper is... got some rippy fucking damage sometimes.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Don't worry. I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
At least we got some Chaos Res.
Which one of you
Gold hand, because I'm an idiot and I wasn't paying attention and I just rune forged it quickly and yeah, wasn't aware that it bumped up the level.
Take her! Bring her to
So the short answer is I screwed up.
I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have
I can't let you take this for life.
I will not relent! You will fall before us. You are nothing but a locust. Feel Aracali's sting! You are nothing but a locust.
I think Ember Fuselage has actually got to a point where it does more damage to even single target than Bone Storm does. With all the plus to fire spells that we have now. Yeah, definitely felt near the end there where I just used the Ember Fuselage a little bit that it was actually doing more damage, so probably no point. Because what, I've got the plus fire damage on the focus and I've got that one passive cluster now with probably around 40, 50 as well, so it's a fair amount.
This is a place of death dressed up in bright colours.
Just because you asked nicely. God, being in Australia and the load times connecting to wherever the instance management server is a bit of a pain in the ass. Is there a multi-shot 3 or is that it? Is this the one or is there a multi-shot 3? Only multi-shot 2? Alright, we'll give this a go. No, this is just a filter I slapped together numbling a long time ago and I've been too lazy to fix it up. In general, I'm very sloppy with the filters. I really should spend some time. I'm normally on league start, like a proper league start. Oh god, I hate the time stop. It's not bad. I think with more chain, it would be better. The thing that is nice about the wild shards from a higher density clear perspective is it's fires in a lot of different directions. So it helps the spread of the clear, whereas the multi-shot is very much focused in the one direction, which is why I'm saying with chain, it might feel better because then you're not so dependent on the spread. You just fire it once and then it chains in the different directions. But I think early on, at the moment, I prefer the spread of the wild shards. I'll definitely test it again later once we get Dominus Grasp up and running at 60. Well, hopefully we get to 65, and if we do, I'll test it again then. Yeah, we can potentially work our way up. So we're going to be working our way up through here. We're first getting this and this. We'll probably get the armor applies to Ellie here. But we can then afterwards potentially work our way up here and get elemental equilibrium, which will give us lightning infusions in place of fire. And we could use siphon elements on the spirit skills. So we'll be doing ignites with the fire damage. And rather than getting fire infusions, we'll be getting lightning. So that's one way of automating it. Oh, there's the threaded light. Might as well get the checkpoint here. I think it's somewhere up here. Yep. Still need to find the sacrificial altar. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's good to be. I'll have to experiment with a lot of that stuff once we get to a bit of a more end game setup.
Not glorified.
Because the reality is we're just leveling up at the moment with Twink here, so we're gonna blast through most of this content irrespectively. I think this is the fire, isn't it? Yeah. We got a decent amount of lightning resistance, yeah. Yeah. I think I'm wearing a topaz charm as well. Because this is a lot of lightning damage in this place. God, these load screens. Super annoying. Yep, got a topaz. Nice.
Doriani. I've heard that name somewhere.
The intruder is here? What of Nahuatl? I see. No mercy then. Kill him on sight.
Clever bridge.
Fool! There is no time for this. Atziri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault. Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own. But if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
Alright, let's see how this goes.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Hatzoatl has finally come for
Enough talk. Show me what you got. Progress gone. The heavy price. Give in.
Why is he not phasing? Annoying little bugger.
My people.
You know why we're here! It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will succeed.
Listen!
I cannot allow you to interfere.
For all this?
Do you truly think you can match me? You think you can stand it? Inconceivable. You will pay for this. Face the might of the Baal.
Yeah, a bit of a toss-up as to whether Ember Fuselage is better single target than Bone Storm still at this point, but I got through that pretty painlessly. Yeah, that phase 1 transition is always so clunky.
Your people cannot be saved. History is already written.
I'm not going to listen to this yet. Don't need the gear drops anyway.
Just doing my job.
It is time we
I'm
departed.
fine with a truce.
Activate the portal. We will see about it.
What is happening?
It begins.
What do we do? How can we get us through the gate? Oh, hello there. It's a lot. The Kalgura.
Doriani has
Alrighty, I think we may end it there. Good session today. Got to Act 4. Seems like a decent spot to wrap up. And we'll finish off the rest of the campaign tomorrow and actually finally see what I think level 65 once we get the Donimus Grasp online and the chaining and into maps, we'll get to start to feel as to how viable this is. But it's feeling good so far, but obviously very much twinked out. So very much need to upgrade these pieces now from a defensive standpoint because the armor is super low. But yeah, thank you as always, guys, for tuning in. Legends. Let's have a look who else is online, see who we can pass on the raid to. Are you live, Cal? Or planning to go live soon? No, sir. Peroni's helped me out a few times during the league. We may pass on the raid to him. No one else seems to be online. Timmy seems to be offline. We've raided Aimless before. Gazzy, God knows he's got enough people. We'll try and pass it on to someone more small time. We've raided Matchy twice. Yeah, Peroni's really cool. He's been in my chat plenty of times, so I'm pretty happy to pass it on to him. Anyway, thank you again, guys. I'm going to go into the Rage channel and find Peroni. Got him. 10 seconds and we'll jump over. You guys are legends today. Some really good suggestions in the chat as well for the build. And we'll continue on tomorrow. Take it easy, guys. Have a good day, night, afternoon, whatever.